And then we will jump in to Cauldron Chronicles. Okay, I will update you guys a bit about what happened with the call that I had with the publisher. It went very well. It wasn't a good or bad kind of call. It was more like a, hey, what's the latest build you have that we can test out when we're back from Gamescom? And so we're gonna prepare a build and have it ready before the end of the month, which gives us about 2 weeks to kind of finalize stuff with the water, fix up some bugs that I know exist, and make a new public build that we can get out to people. What if they move development to Starfield? I don't know what Starfield's modding kit looks like. Maybe it's much better. The engine improvements that they did with Starfield, I think, were very good. So I'm curious to see what the modding kit kind of allows with Starfield. Get some music on here. That'll work. Yeah, I gotta look into these two failed to load issues. Maybe we can do that now. Hey, Muddy Rob. How you doing? V5 failed to load widget. What about the publisher? Oh yeah, let me tell you about that before I say, oh yeah, I was supposed to tell you guys about that. So it wasn't like a good or bad call. It was more like, hey, we want to check out the build. What do you have for us? And I said, well, you guys are going to Gamescom, so why don't we just wait until after that, because you're gonna be busy as hell on there, and I'll prepare a new build for you with our overhauled water system and new biome, and that way you can experience the new NPC and our new biome and kind of get a good feel for what we're going. And so that's what we're going to be doing. It's not like nothing like bad happened. I really like the guy. I do hope that something comes from it, because it would be a long-term investment in our studio. Not just, hey, we're here to pay for Cauldron Chronicles, but also we like what you guys are aiming to do long-term. Let's find a way to have a long-term relationship, right? So more than one game. Let's think about, where we can take Cauldron Chronicles even further, and how we can take your games further. So it would be very good. It would be very, very good. But in order to do that, we need to impress. We need to show the best of what we have, and make sure that we are honest and transparent about where we are with development and what we have left to do. So I wrote up some goals here of some things that we definitely need to fix up. Some of them, they're easy, some of them are a bit more time consuming. Fix FOV resetting when selecting graphics presets. This is a small bug that we have currently. Easy to fix. Try to fix issues with DLSS. We have some problems with it, and I don't know too much about DLSS to know what is causing these bugs, so I might need some help from some of my coder friends. But I think we can do that, especially because having the prototype be a bit more stable would be nice. Like that to me matters more, because it shows that we know what we're doing with game dev, and we don't just know how to throw assets into a level. Determine why the scene is so performance heavy. I think that there are multiple cases of this. I think both there are too many things being loaded into the GPU at one time, and GPU load is very, very high at the moment, especially with things like volumetric fog. So we need to add a toggle for that. That'll be put into here. Actually, the next one is add toggle for volumetric fog. I also think that one of the reasons why the scene is so performance heavy too is that there's a hit to CPU somewhere, and we need to figure out where that is, so we'll have to do some profiling. I might ask a QA friend of mine for some help with that, since he does have some experience doing profiling. We'll see. We only have 2 weeks, so anything that we can do to make the game more stable is better. And that matters more to me than, I don't know, adding in another ingredient to harvest, right? It's just not that important. Look into adding distance fade sliders, if possible. Some way to help control how many triangles are being shoved into the scene at once would be great. A big one that I would like to do is adding more outcomes to Spoon's dialogue for various potion effects. So if you give him effects that might have an interesting or funny response for it, that would be a good way to showcase how curated we can make responses for the potions that you give. And last, but definitely not least, in fact, I think it is one of the most important from a gameplay perspective, Spoon's first commission is confusing and overcomplicated. I don't like Spoon's first commission. And I think it's because I originally intended to write it a bit differently, where he wanted the damage health potion to kill some of the bandits and then use the paralyzed potion on the leader. But the way that I wrote it sounds like he wants to use the damage health potion on the leader and the paralyzed health or the paralyzed potion on the leader. And so it would surmise to say, well, why can't you just put those on the same potion? But if you put them on the same potion, you fuck up the commission. So that doesn't make sense. That's frustrating. So that should be a relatively easy fix that we can do to make that a bit more easily understandable. But first, I want to fix these up because I think that these might cause a build issue later down the line, and I might as well fix them now. I don't know what's causing them, though. Where's... oh my god, what is this? Referencing the now missing asset. There's a cast note in the blueprint. Casting to that asset type, a variable of that asset's type, or a variable referencing that asset, maybe an array. You'll find out during the breakpoint debugging. Shit. I might need help on this one from a coding friend, so we can debug the call stack. Hey Boom Raccoon, how are you doing? How's your Thursday? I really get lost in these days sometimes. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna make note of this then for a coding friend of mine to check. The redirectors? Maybe they're redirectors, actually. There might be. I don't see any redirectors, though. Just remembered something listening to your problem. Yeah, what did you remember? Who's trying to load the asset? This canvas panel slot 3 in the potion inventory. Which I assume that slot 3 is in this case going to be this barter pop-up. Old. Which might be it. Yeah, but there's nothing in here. Alright, reference viewer, that's a smart idea. Just a few things here, right? Specifically on that, or... it's the dialogue widget. Like, it exists, the game runs fine. There's no errors. It just has failed to load. The dialogue widget referenced by Canvas Panel 3. Which is weird because there isn't even a dialogue widget here when I click Canvas Panel 3. It's not part of this widget at all. Potion inventory widget tree canvas panel slot 3. Yeah, canvas panel 26. Like, the dialogue widget isn't even in here anywhere. Nor the notification box. Is it actually showing in the content browser? Yeah, so we have the dialogue widget here. And there's no errors on it or anything. It's weird, it says it references it. Dialogue widget. But why? How? This might have been a different one. My acid didn't exist. Yeah, this is referencing something that isn't even... it's not even directly referenced within the... well, maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. Well, it is referenced here, but it's not part of the canvas panel. Just the multiverse. Yeah, if the multiverse was buggy as hell, that's for sure. A lot of references. There's an awful lot of references. It's weird though that it says it's referenced by the canvas panel. Like it's slotted within the canvas panel, but it's not. I suppose one thing I could delete from here is the old barter pop-up. right? Or do we... We still use this? What if you change the widget and save? Barter pop-up old. Yeah, this is the new one. Where you create it? Where do I create it? I create it here. Hmm. The interesting part is that they're both part of narrative 3. Debug stuff for Twitch is awful. It is. Try to reword what you mean. What if I just duplicate this? And it was also happening at my home computer when I loaded it up, so it's like there's some kind of bug within the asset itself. Some weird metadata. Why do I feel like we still use this pop-up? Barter. Pop-up old. There's no way, right? I think we do. Why is it labeled as underscore old then? Currently bartered potion reference. Select main potion tutorial stage. I don't know, nothing crazy here. Still references it. Let you create the widget there, but you get all the instance of it. I get all, but there's only one. And I just grabbed the first index. Because it still exists, it's just collapsed. But that shouldn't cause any failing to load issues. Something else. Kind of feels like this canvas panel might just be, I don't know, messed up. Curious about that. I don't know how to interpret that bug, you know, like failed to load referenced by canvas panel. Like, is it the canvas panel having a problem? Is it the individual widgets that say that they failed to load? Are those the problem? Not that one. Check the reference to the static mesh in the content browser. But they're not referenced. They're not referenced. The dialog widget and notification box are not referenced in this canvas panel. Unless slot 3 is specifically referring to the barter pop-up, which also doesn't reference these. To note. Panel slot 3. I wonder if we play... I'm curious about something. Let's force Spoon to come here. I'm going to try to widget debug the potion inventory screen and see what it says are part of the canvas panel slot. We'll give Spoon a few seconds to get here. Why aren't these moving? I wonder if I forgot to rehook up the... Yeah. Forgot to hook up the material that makes them move. Well, I'll fix that. Add it to the list. We're gonna have somebody look at the floating urchin too. Make sure that gets fixed up. corner is kind of boring. Alright, let's go check Spoon. I need this debugged. Where is it? Potion inventory, canvas panel 26. It doesn't say what slot it's in. Well, what we know for sure is that it isn't referencing these within the canvas panel 26, even though that's what it says up here, right? WBP potion inventory, widget tree, canvas panel 26, canvas panel slot 3. And slot 3 would either be the third slot or the fourth one, if it considers potion inventory overlay to be 0 or 1. So it's either the barter pop-up or the barter first potion selection. But it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. That ain't giving me anything. I am very much dumbfounded. I could check with the Unreal Engine Discord and see if anybody has any information. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Moving on, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I could think to try would literally just be to... What could I do here? Because I can restore any of these things, so I'm thinking, what if I just tried to delete this? Recreate. I was thinking recreate as well. If there's something like messed up with the canvas panel, I could just recreate it. It isn't that complicated, and I can just take screenshots of anything here to get layout proper. Do some functions here. Could it maybe be one of the interfaces? Starter stage. As far as I know, no. Let me try this first. Well, see, that's interesting. If I try to delete it, it does show the dialogue widget here. That's just because it's referencing that. That's not the gotcha I think it is. Where's the hard reference in here, though? The potion inventory. Here. Let me just delete it. I'm just gonna revert everything. If the error message goes away, we know that it's an issue with that. I mean, and I assume that those loading messages will go away. Obviously, we're gonna have to restore those error messages because I have to restore the asset that I deleted. But I'm just curious. I'm fairly confident that that might cause a bug that prevents me from building the game. I didn't have issues patching with load errors. It still scares me. Verify the engine? I updated and verified magic. Future answer seekers. Look here. Oh, I don't want to debug this stack right now. That's just not my forte. God. To resolve the issue, it seems only migration works. Duplicate your project folder. Open your project. Migrate only the folder that contains the problematic asset to the project that you duplicated. Open the duplicated project, the error is fixed. Oh, interesting. Look at this. Failed to load the overlay and notification box referenced by first person mesh. Gen variable. Like an issue with narrative 3 or something? Yeah, I don't think it was an issue with the widgets themselves, or at least not the one that I deleted. First person mesh gen variable. Okay. Yeah, first person character. First person mesh? What? The mesh? How? Oh, well, I mean, I know why that's bugging out, because that just doesn't exist anymore. I will revert all this, by the way. Reference by first person mesh. That's the alchemy audio spline. I don't even know. I don't even know. The rabbit hole goes deeper. Build your own engine, right? Yeah. Too much work. We'll just build our own. It's 100% some narrative issue. But I haven't even updated these since I put them in the game. Okay, where is it? Notification box is one of them. Now, I did make some changes to some of these, but I don't think it was this one. Would maybe be a C++. No, it can't be. I don't know. I'm just shooting around in the dark at this point. I have no idea what could be the issue. Maybe migrating it back and forth could work. Like just migrate all the problem widgets over to a new project and migrate them back. I don't even know at this point. It's worth a shot. I will make a dummy project, enable narrative, and try doing that. We don't need narrative to work in the new project. We just need narrative enabled. Oh, fuck me. Yes, we know you're having problems. Plugins, narrative 3, and common UI. Restart. The only problem is I might have made changes to the dialogue widget. Because assumedly these problems are coming from the dialogue aspect of narrative. Essentially this. We'll see. We will see. Where's the problematic? Migrate. Jesus Christ. I actually do need to migrate all that over. Where did I put it? Yeah. It would be funny though if I load up the new project and it has the load error too. At that point, we'll move on from, if that happens, we'll move on from this bug. I will have somebody else look into it who can debug the stack, and we'll just fix the things that we know how to fix. A lot of shit to copy over. Come on. Since you were so still, I don't know if my stream froze. Yeah. I'm locked into this bug. I don't know about you, Boom Raccoon, but I have a lot of problems too with sometimes my macro library like gets fucked up with data structures. Like structures sometimes just seem to become corrupted or something, and you have to refresh the nodes that reference them. And that will cause builds to fail, which is really annoying. Then you have to go in, you have to refresh. Yeah, don't act like Unity doesn't have weird bugs that cause crashes too. Default? No, not default engine, but my own made structures. The hell is it copying? I just overloaded and just dumped some problems. Yeah. It happens sometime, but I don't remember. Build time is always the scariest for me. Like, okay, we just spent 3 weeks making this big feature. Let's see which part of the build fails this time. And of course, you know, it takes like 2 hours to compile the shaders and shit for the new stuff you've done. Okay, maybe not 2 hours, but it takes a long time. Only for that lovely, lovely build failed sound. Now the good thing is once it has built those, it doesn't have to build them again. But still... No, I'm doing this on a 13900K. It doesn't take 2 hours, but it does take like an hour and a half. If I do like a large time between builds. Especially if I added a lot of like meshes since the last, or not meshes, but like materials since the previous build. And this time I definitely have. Are you happy with narrative? Yeah. Yeah, it's the in-editor editor. That makes sense. The in-editor editor has some problems with a lot of things updating on tick. and I don't know if they've updated that, but I know that I had to kind of fix some of that. Like, for instance, it was redrawing the background of every node per tick rather than on update. So that when you have like a couple hundred nodes in one of the dialogues that you have, it can really start to slow down the editor. So they do need to do some optimization for how it functions, but other than that, it's been a very good experience working with it, and it's very powerful. It's better than Fluid Flux. You do some customization? Yeah, I did. So some of the major customizations I did were to the background of the node itself. And it's always a pain to update. Oh, narrative 3. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to updating it. I probably have an update that I have to do with it too. If it would ever load, but it's not going to. Oh no, maybe it will. I hate that. Get out of here. Hold on, gotta reopen. I did some changes to the background so that when I apply certain, what is it, conditions or events, it'll change parts of it. Yeah, one asset left. And it just says asset failed to load. No. Narrative. Doesn't say I have a an update. I'll show you what I did when it finishes. If it finishes. Yeah. Added operators to conditions. Operator. Oh, so like to check if something was equal, above, below. Yeah, I don't know why that wasn't on by default either. I kind of did that as well where I needed to, but I think having that on all of them would be nice. Because I would just write like a custom condition or something and then just expose a variable for like some operator, some enumerator. I changed the way narrative handles itself too, so that it operates more like a CRPG. So that when you click on a dialogue node, the the response instantly appears from the NPC, rather than waiting. You know, I kind of made it less cinematic, but more responsive. Can we? What are you doing? What are we doing here? What is this? I saw it wiggle a little bit, yeah. It's wiggling. Hey, Walkchuck. Morning from the USA. Hope the game dev is going good. We're fixing some bugs, so it will be good. How are things in the US right now, though? Schrodinger's asset. This reminds me of like installing games back in the day. Please install disk 3. Wait, I have to wait another hour for that disk to install. Insert play disk. Those are the days. You have speedrunner's block. What is that? Anything good here? Ooh, might be some porn. Gotta be careful on this. Bored of the game I speedrun and I don't know what to play anymore. Do you need a new game to speedrun or do you just need a game to play? What are we doing? What are we doing? New game to speedrun. What would be the most boring game to speedrun? Probably a game with a lot of unskippable cutscenes, right? Have to sit there and just wait. Heavy Rain. I think Heavy Rain could be kind of interesting to speedrun. Maybe I have something, I don't know. Look at we speedrun. Speedrun GTFO. Now there's a game to speedrun. Get good at killing these enemies. Good luck. What is this? What's going on? Maybe this is the reason. The package that it's trying to save is the one that's corrupted or having an issue. Because if we have a failed to load issue, maybe there's a failure to save as well. Happened to me too when I migrated something from Lyra. Did it ever finish? Re-download the engine and all packages. Honestly, verifying the engine would not be the worst idea. It's just boring. Yeah, at some point. Duolingo's supposed to have some crazy TikTok videos. Sounds like Cheaton. You guys know Cheaton on Twitter? Some Japanese mascot that buys up all the ad space. So you just get to watch this Japanese mascot doing crazy shit. They're not even trying to sell anything. Just here's a funny video of mascot. Thing is, I don't want to upload. This is fucking annoying. This is boring. Damn boring. Eight. It crashed. Typical Unreal. Say that to some previous colleagues that made the background of their computer Unity crashing screens. They took a screenshot every time Unity crashed, compiled all of it, and made a background. Modern game engines. It is pretty funny. And they would sneak it onto each other's computers during lunch so that it looked like they would close the engine, save everything, but close it, and then change the background of that person's computer so that it looked like Unity had crashed. It was pretty funny. I miss those guys. I'm moving on from that. Fuck that bug. Let's fix this one first. FOV resetting when selecting graphics presets. That sounds much easier. Imagine not locking your workstation. We couldn't do that at the workplace due to security issues, which sounds weird. That's because the person making those security... The reason was we wouldn't log out, we wouldn't close things so that if somebody needed to remote in and run maintenance on the computer or grab something from the computer, they could. Don't ask me. I was not in charge of it. It was very weird. We weren't allowed to shut down our computers. It was a whole thing. Our company not locking your workstation is a high security instance. Whenever you didn't do that, someone sent an email in your name to the entire team that you bring donuts the next day. I'm gonna fuck the donut holes. Okay, where is the preset? Set preset, player FOV. That should fix it. While we're here too, we might as well make a volumetric fog boolean. I think. Yeah. Now that's if we can change it at runtime, which I hope we can. Leisure Suit Larry Bosky, I do remember that. I think some games have tried to do similar things. Be volumetric fog on. Almost absent. Okay, where do we want to put this? Probably, honestly, as part of the effects here. I'll probably do a Boolean. Checkbox boy. Or the on and off, honestly, is probably what we'll do. Should be a checkbox, but we don't have a checkbox. Didn't stream yesterday? Yeah, I didn't. But today on St. Frida, yeah, I had a day off, which I kind of just did normal stuff anyway, so wasn't really a day off. Did some window shopping, realized I don't have enough money for the things I need, and that was it. Where's VSync? There's way too much shit here. There we go. VSync graphics box. Volumetric fog box. Thought staffs aren't even relaxing, it's usually housework, yeah. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't a bad day, it was just like a... Well, I need to do some thinking today. Volumetric fog off. Volumetric fog on. Change the text here to volumetric fog. We should have this off by default as well, and I don't currently have it off by default, but we're going to change that so it's off by default. This volumetric fog is expensive. Very, very expensive. And it looks good, but it is expensive. Do we have a data table somewhere for the presets? No, we do... Preset int... I think high is 2 or 3. Hold on. What are our presets? We have low, medium, high, ultra, epic. We'll only turn volumetric fog on for ultra and epic. Yeah, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll do it for 3 and 4 if it's greater than or equal to 3 or if it's greater than 2. Just do that. Why am I doing a select? My work days are relaxing already. I don't need any offs. I hate remote work. I would gladly commute to an office if I could. Work with other people. Anxious when work laptop is on. Is it part of sky or is it part of weather? Volumetric fog. Is it use volumetric fog? That might just be it. A lot of my programmer friends, they hate remote work now too. They were so excited for it. I think I have a good room. Workmate in my team, and whenever I'm remote, he's in office. We get to deal with cover for each other. I got it. I like it. Always 24/7 available for party shit. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, something with the way we handle DLSS is definitely bugging out. Oh well. Apply options is good. Set preset should be okay. Snapshot settings, we need a new variable. B is volumetric fog on. Okay, what do we need here? Unreleased. Unreleased. Trying to fit my game's audience. Target artists with mobile teens. Lovely. Settings changed. We then need to do a custom event. Do we? Oh yeah, because we need to set up the text. Check volumetric fog. Looks good. Looks good. Off by default. Means we should turn it off by default here. Wait, hold on, that's for sky. Looks good. Water fog values. It would be really cool if I could get fog over the lake, but I don't think I can do that. Especially during morning. It would be nice if instead of completely random weather, we did some weather based on time of day as well. Not really weather though, it's more just like effects. We could always do it with some particle effects or something. Because I don't think that a weather override volume would do it. Could be wrong though. I don't think you'd be able to see the weather effects. No. No, I don't think you can. Yeah. Well, it would be cool if we could. Nope. I wonder, will some future publishers, investors wonder about your project and look at some of your game dev streams on YouTube and see our sometimes stupid talks? Sure. If they do, and if that turns them off, then I don't want to work with them anyway. These streams aren't really meant for me to be professional. They're meant for me to do my work and to have fun. If I'm not having fun making games, then I don't want to be making games, you know? So if some other companies coming in and saying, hey, don't act normally on your don't act like yourself on your own streams, then it's like, well, fuck off. See the furry stuff? I don't have any furry stuff. Can imagine Raptor being prim, proper, and professional. Here's the thing, I can switch between business mode and casual mode. The problem is that I'm usually casual mode, and so when I switch to business mode, it can throw people off. Like, I've had people actually think that I'm like getting really angry, and it's just because I switch between business mode, and it's such a stark contrast from me just being casually like relaxed. Yeah, let's just talk games and shit, right? But I can turn all that shit off at a moment's notice. I don't really need to very often, but I can if I need to. Although my business mode can come off as very assertive. If I need to talk numbers and I need to like not laugh and smile and shit, how do you do it? There's a little bit of anger involved. I mostly deal with like casual people in the industry, even like with publishers. Like they're just guys wearing t-shirts with games on it and like pants and, you know, some tennis shoes. And they're people that you can go up with and say, hey, what's up? How you doing? You know, talk about games for a bit and then jump into the details. No problem. I wouldn't call that professional. I wouldn't call that, I guess, like prim, proper, and professional, as Lazy Fangs put it. But then there are people that I know are not part of the industry, or they're part of the industry but they don't know games. I don't like talking to them, but if I need to, I'll cut all that other shit out. And I'll just, like, okay, we're talking numbers. Here to talk about this shit. Because we're in t-shirts and pants, I wish they were a bit more professional, didn't wear anything. Especially female, shut the fuck up. I think it's bad you should see how he treats his mom. Shut the fuck up, mom. Shut up. Get out of here. Been a while, a lot of companies were working remotely. Honestly, I don't like this work from home thing. Whenever someone refers to their furry coworker, I can never tell if they mean their cat or their sysadmin. Right? What was I doing? Options. Volumetric fog. Why options? It's turning on volumetric fog. Set values. Put it here. Did I see Raptor Mom posts? You block her on accident? The same problem before the year, some messages super delayed. No issues with delays or anything. I mean, there are some. They're just offline though. I don't know. Weird. Did Gearbox servers die? Nice. Okay, volumetric fog should be off. It's definitely not on. That did nothing. As far as I know, that did nothing. I wonder if I'm setting the wrong boolean. It should not be. Wait, hold on, where is it? Use volumetric fog. Busy learning Australian breakdancing. I saw a good tweet that showed the Australian breakdancing. Shit, I can't find it. Fuck. Volumetric frog. I don't think that's what it is. Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay. Okay, copy link. Link copied. This is it. That's so accurate. Maybe we have to enable it but set the distance. So like use volumetric fog has to be enabled normally, but then we just set the distance down to 0 instead of the default. Which effectively poops it out. Might be the better option. I'm afraid I might be biased. How did she even get in there? How did she even make it that far? You actually know, do you? Volumetric fog distance. But it's like, do we want to use the set volumetric fog distance here? Probably. We probably want to use the function, don't we? Yeah, you know what? It might have been that. Let's try it. Probably should have been using the function instead of setting the variables themselves. Her husband was the Australian director or some such for breakdancing. He basically decided who gets to represent. They undercut and underfunded any other competitors and only ever held one competition to decide who goes. Like, why? She knew she wasn't gonna win, so like, why did they do it? Like, what was the point of it all? Money? But money from where? They get money for it? Shouldn't have done that. Where's to get money for representing a country? Do you? Pretty sure that Snoop didn't fund that shit. Only thing I saw Snoop doing was dancing in front of a horse. Pretty cool. That's not working. Okay, is it on? Set it to 8,000, otherwise 0. We'll try this. Should be off by default. Okay, good. It's hard to hate Snoop. Very, very hard. Okay, fog is definitely off. Be on here. We will turn it to 0. Hopefully that works. Definitely no fog. Still no fog. Oh, why? I sent you an... Okay, I will look. That's pretty good. How can these people watch with a straight face? Can you not update volumetric fog from... No, there's no way. Eldivers is going down in flames. What happened this time? Look, I saw the update. Okay, but is there information here about changing this? Yeah, the constant nerfs, I don't understand them. I don't understand what they're trying to do here. Like, anyone who knows anything knows that you don't... Any systems designer that knows what they're doing knows that you don't balance fun out of the game. Especially in a game like that, which arguably, to me, was already pretty damn difficult. Even before all these nerfs. People need meta and good weapons. They're gonna find it. Like, no matter what you do, if you balance out a meta, they're just gonna go to the next one. It will never stop. And it will result in exactly what it's resulting in now. You will ruin every single bit of meta and fun that people have until the game is way too difficult and just not fun to play. And so you need some super optimized team to handle even a modicum of difficulty, which is exactly what's going to breed a toxic player base, which kicks people who don't have the exact perfect meta weaponry. Like, I thought you wanted to go against that. Dumb. Some point the weapons are so weak that no meta will help it and it'll be unplayable. Yeah, exactly, it will. It's exactly what will happen. Am I not setting these properly? Volumetric fog on. Thank you, Goku. Goku, the old lady. If they ever even thought of replacing Goku's voice actor, that would set the anime community on fire. Oh, fucking legendary blue whale, Jesus Christ. Under 4,000 kilograms. How does a whale even fit in there? How does anything fit up people's butts? Ask yourself that. Can I not change volumetric fog on runtime? Volumetric fog. Is volumetric fog performance intensive? Yes. Yes, it is. Let's see the ground fog. Let me look up runtime. Turn off volumetric fog. Well, the engine will turn off volumetric fog on lower shadow quality settings. What's tied to shadow quality? I'd like it to be a separate... setting entirely. Questions UE5. Nobody is responding. Is the guy online? No. Great start. Shite. That was loud.
Curse you, Bale!
Is Bale farting now? Stop it.
FBI, open up!
No, go away. That is so loud. Oh my god. I do need to bump that down just a little bit. Just like 2%. Not bad. There we go. No, turn it up. Get out of here. Follow you. There's gotta be something. Set global volumetric fog. The mesh component though. This is like the only one that I can think of. That was loud.
Lazy underscore fangs cheered Dex 100 bang bang for fry.
Thank you for the cheer and scare. That is also loud. Welcome to Streaming Troubles, where every time you do something even minor to the sound setup on your stream, every other sound gets fucked up. I know all the streamers here can agree with that. Obnoxious. Oh, that's why. Those weren't turned down.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Hold on, I gotta fix it. $25.50. $25.50. $25.50. Bits 5,000? Not like anybody's gonna donate 5,000 bits. Oh, you don't get anything for it. But it is there. Okay, save. Be good. Hey, Turning Cock, how you doing? Probably not nerfing meta, hypocrite. Shut up. Volumetric frog. I wish I knew which ones to call. Not the Ghostbusters. Shut the fuck up. Fix your water yet? Yeah, I think the water's okay. What I'm trying to fix now is volumetric fog, and I don't think I can change it during runtime. Fuck it, I'll type him. Is it possible to enable, disable volumetric fog during runtime? Tried forcing the Boolean and distance, but neither work. Yeah, I don't know. It's either on or it's off. That's annoying. Maybe I have to reload the level? Let me try that. What's the command? Is it load or run? It's open. Prototype map E. No, there's no volumetric. Oh. That fucks things up, okay. Don't do that. It's contextual about what I meant. Because there's always going to be a problem with water. Our water's looking pretty good. Added some coral reefs too. They look pretty cool. Little reefy boys. Added one over here too. We also added in these big mountains in the background with snow on the top of them. That the player can see some larger stuff in the distance. You can see that one. What about your next unlubed feature set that will fuck you the entire time you're implementing it? Yeah, we'll find it. We'll figure it out. I'm sure there'll be something. Leave it to me. I always find ways to fuck myself. Nobody else will. Really love your channel. What channel? Sea urchin is dead. He's zooming. He's doing his best. I'm gonna have Kotspur fix him a bit. His nav mesh is a little weird. You like my tide pools? You like my tide pools? I forgot to put some ingredients in one of them. I gotta fix that up. There's something weird happening here. I'm falling. Still have caustics at night? Yeah, I do. I do have caustics at night. I don't know why. I might be able to change that. They're not that annoying, to be honest. And I guess you could kind of say that it's the moonlight that causes it, right? A pretty fucking big moon, so... maybe it's not as bad as I think. It might even be the moon causing it. I don't know. No, they're just there. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Not nearly as bad as the glowing caustics I get during night. Do you? Intuition said she asked that if Jesus or my mom did something bad, would I report it to the police? Apparently I adamantly said yes. Yeah, report Jesus for murder. Murder or suicide? Same thing in Canada. Just that they'll help kill you if you ask the hospital. I think there was some woman that They offered to kill her when she had COVID. They're like, well, you know, we can also just kill you. There might be some context missing from that one. Canadian woman offered suicide COVID. It's like this one, yeah, I remember this one. Some guy had a history of depression and other medical issues, but none were life-threatening. He submitted a request to be euthanized and he was killed. His application for euthanasia listed only one health condition as the reason for his request to die: hearing loss. just kill people. Yeah, I can't hear, kill me. What a wild country. Oh, they would charge you for murder for kill. Aren't there some countries that do that though? I don't know. What do I know? I make games. Why am I getting pinged? Who's pinging me? Stop pinging me. It's goofy no matter where you are, isn't it? Wild stuff. Well, I guess the question is, do we keep volumetric fog on or do we keep it off? Sometimes I like it off. But I kind of like it on as well. It is very expensive though. Little shit with PCs too. My parents tried to lock the BIOS with the password to limit PC access. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. Learn how to reset the BIOS memory via battery. Yeah, that shit ain't gonna work. Actually, the distance fade on the volumetric fog is not too bad. If we ratcheted it up, it would be a lot worse. Yeah, set it to some large number. Oh my god. Okay, don't do that. Too large. That is a lot of volumetric fog. Jesus Christ. That's not Blade Runner. What does that look like? What the fuck is going on? Northern Lights. You can't even see the nighttime. You can't even see the stars. Okay, now you can a little bit. Better now. The green is from the those phantom mesh volumes. Still looks absurd though. See my license to art? I don't have one. License to art. Jail it is. Fair. Understandable. It was revoked. It was never given out to me. I would never be given a license to art. That's why I'm a game designer. A systems designer. who can do a little bit of programming. Okay, well at least we, for sure, I think fixed FOV resetting. Let me test that. Volumetric fog, though, is not going to be able to be turned off, unfortunately. Yeah, we're cool. We're good. Try to fix issues with DLSS. I can't fix this one alone. And it's an issue that I only have on my home computer for some reason. So I have to fix it there. Determine why scene is so performance heavy, volumetric. Ain't gonna work. Look into adding distance fade sliders if possible. Distance fade. Can we even do any distance fade? What's going on outside is pretty scuffed some days. I have an issue with DLSS that it's causing some problems with the anti-aliasing. I think I just implemented it wrong. Also, why can I not... Why is DLSS not even working right now? Maybe I need to turn it on first. Oh, it's working now. Hey, gotta admit though, being able to turn on DLSS in the editor for Unreal is incredible. It's amazing. Definitely causes some issues underwater. But that's so cool that I can do that. Look around, nerd. No. These two issues are easy to fix. 6 and 7. Well, 7 is really easy to fix. 6 is just gonna take time. I would like to finish up with the water though today. So let's get some ingredients into this third tide pool. And I think the major areas we need to finish up for underwater would be the 2 tunnels. So tide pools, 2 tunnels, and the ruins. And then we need to add effects flavor to reef seed. We're after working hard, chat shooting the shit. That's about right. I mean, we also shoot the shit too. Motherfucker out here having a shoreside crayfish boil. It's for these reef seeds. Siren reef seeds here. It looks so fucking cool at nighttime too, I'll show you. Look at them glowing like that underwater. Pretty sweet. Or Mom Subnautica looking ass. It does kind of feel like Subnautica. Hey, if I'm gonna pull any inspiration from an underwater game, Subnautica's the way to go. Was it bitching at me about needing to build lighting? I don't need to build lighting. No static lights in here. Oh, there is. That is way too large of an attenuation radius. That is absurd. Overkill. I know one thing we can do to improve performance. Look, I'm putting 8 above 6 and 7. Trim fade distance on all lights in scene. That will help pretty significantly. Because we have like lights being turned on way over here infinitely, casting shadows and doing some bullshit. Or even if shadows do have a fade distance, which I assume that they do. I don't know where. Oh no, they fade with the trees. Okay, that's kind of stupid. Yeah, that could be causing some performance issues. Can I fade tree shadows separately from the tree meshes? Night night. I'm saying that to you, not to myself. Even though it doesn't seem that way. Full distance. Whether this foliage type should be affected by the engine's foliage cold distance setting. Okay. Where can I set it? I don't even know. Where's shadows? mean, maybe it's just part of scalability. I mean, if I set shadows to low, shadows are just not rendered at all. Which, definitely helps performance. Medium, they do disappear? Some of them do. They're just very low resolution. No, they still get drawn. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see if I can find any info about it. Get out of here with Sudoku. UE5, Cull Shadow Distance. Stop culling shadows. I need the other. Oh, there's like shadow radius threshold. What does that mean? Raid Shadow Legends? Okay. Min screen radius for cascaded shadow maps. Increasing it can have an effect as things stop casting shadows. Well, yeah, that's what I want. Not really working though. Yeah, like this stuff still is casting a shadow. Nothing. Render geometry into virtualized shadow depth maps for shadowing. Provides high quality shadows for next gen projects. I don't know what that means. I love about modded single player Tarkov. One of the bosses is literally fucking Iron Man. Install a mod, motherfuckers on my level. Your clouds casting shadows on your meshes? I don't think they are. There's no clouds in the sky. It's just like my trees. I want my trees to stop casting shadows at a certain distance. Like some of them are, but most of them stop casting shadow when they start to get cold. And I want it to be sooner than that. Because that would, you know, help GPU performance a lot. Aren't those baked? No, they're all dynamic. Because the trees, well, they have to be dynamic because of the weather and light changing. I can't bake the scene. Maybe there's a volume. No. There's a way to do it. I just don't know what I'm looking for. Just be radius. Yeah, I looked here like minimum screen radius for cascaded shadow maps. But maybe because they're virtual shadow maps, it's something else. When he says to do it individually in the meshes. But I don't know if that would work for foliage. Let's check. Let's open up a tree. Shadow. Distance field self shadow bias. Useful for reducing self-shadowing from distance field methods when using world position offset to animate the mesh's vertices. I don't think that's what we want. There's no culling. It's so complicated. Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. V5 foliage shadow culling. Well, see, that's pretty good. Try the console command foliage LOD distance scale 5. Okay. I'd like to know where that's being handled, though. It's like not doing anything for me. Yeah, we're not doing ray trace shadows or anything. Everybody just wants more. I want less. How to avoid shadow culling on distant objects? No, I want culling. Virtual shadow map performance with foliage. We are using virtual shadow maps. Can you expose it in your level BP or similar high function spots? I don't know what it is though. I don't know what variables even handling it.
Developers to Today I'm going to talk about virtual shadow maps in foliage-heavy landscapes.
Yeah.
And how performance can be drastically improved by changing one simple setting. Let's
Okay.
get straight into it.
Show it to me.
Huge performance at the and how one and shadow they look a whole lot better at the moment, which is radiant, which is foliage, including course pages 0. That makes a whole lot of difference. I won't change it at the moment, but what I'll show you first of all is how you can
r.shadow.virtual non-nanite include in course pages. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Now I remember. That's how you change it. How the fuck was I supposed to know that?
visualize
Yeah.
the problem. So if you go to this the lit menu here, you've got a virtual shadow map section. If you look at cached pages, what you're seeing here is everything that's in green is where the shadows don't have to be recalculated from frame to frame, and as it gets redder, that means it's effective.
Ooh, who's ready for some red? Who is ready? Show me the red, baby. Oh. It's actually pretty good, so... Wait, hold on. So it's... Wait, so it's not that bad? Sky isn't moving? Well, there's no sky. So is there just not... Well, yeah, there is some overdraw for nanite, isn't there? Maybe we should turn off nanite for those. Advanced time of day? Okay. I mean, I don't know if I can have this run it in editor. I don't know how I can force that mode on. Pages where only static pages cached are blue. Uncached are red. If you don't touch it, it's blue. So the trick is to not touch it. And when you play the game, you can't see the red, which means that it isn't there.
Having to
How do we fix it?
calculate the shadows each frame, and the reason why all this is red is because of the foliage. And the problem is that foliage moves, so it has a you can see there's a sort of wind movement in it. And
Yeah.
because of that movement, it's invalidating the cache every frame and having to recalculate it.
Okay.
So that's what's causing the problem.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can resolve it somewhat. So let's go back to our lit view and go back to this command. So this non-nanite, i.e. The foliage, include in course pages 0, and let's execute that command. And immediately the frames per second has gone up from 22 frames per second to 61, so it's almost gone up threefold from that one command, and the visual fidelity really hasn't changed at all. We still get that.
Okay, let's try this. Now our game isn't primarily GPU bound, so we'll do stat GPU and we'll run it and see what happens. We'll do two things. We'll do stat unit, stat GPU, and I will run this. So right now we're getting about 30 FPS in editor. Total GPU at about 17 to 18. So we're looking for r.shadow.virtual.non-nanite include in course pages 0. That did nothing. Shit. Well, it's probably because I made the grass nanite. Should I not be making the grass nanite? Maybe? Well, I guess it depends. I mean, should the grass be nanite or non-nanite? Where's my nanite? Where's my overdraw? Like, clearly the grass is not great to have on nanite, probably. Because you just get a whole shitload of overdraw unless you're standing up here, right? In which case, yeah, you're not gonna have much overdraw on that. And same with the shit down here. So I'm wondering if we should just turn off nanite from the grass and then try to use this thing to get rid of the non-cache, whatever the fuck. Where's my grass? Anti-grass is problematic. Is she just mesh grass or is it cards? They are meshes as far as I know. I mean, they're still 2D, but they're still meshes. And obviously they have a shit ton of overdraw. So I'll just disable these from nanite. Hold on, it's got a shader stuff. Performance is definitely worse. And when I enable that include in course pages, it doesn't really help at all. So making the grass nanite does help. Fuck. Working non-overlapping surfaces make good nanite, yeah. Yeah. I don't know what to do here. And for just a different step of the process without overdraw. Most seems to be coming from deferred lighting are pre-pass and base pass and something that's unaccounted for right below it. And this is with the shadows completely off. Let's re-enable nanite on those. Oh, my game is gonna be 90% indoors. Won't be much grass to deal with. A Crimson Surge. Fucking grass, dude. Like, the shadows are eating up a lot. There's no doubt about that. Medium improves it a little bit because it's affecting resolution. You can see shadows went down to about 4 from 5. I don't know, it's like maybe that's not hurting it as much as I think it is. Although I don't see how that could be. You know, it's just I can see that the shadows are remaining on the trees, and I need the trees to render at a distance. I just don't need them to. I don't need them to cast shadows at a distance. And I don't seem to be able to turn that off. Or I don't know how. I don't know what the command is for that. Like if we eject, that shit's still casting a shadow. Look at this one right underneath us. Still there, still there. And only gone when the tree stops. I don't need to not have shadows. I just think that when the player is, you know, on this side of the map, we don't need to render the... I need a different tree distance, culling distance, and a different shadow culling distance. And that would help a lot with the shadow pass. I mean, that would not be super significant, but I mean, I don't know, even 10, 15% GPU performance saved. Yeah, I don't know how we do that. Oh, fuck. This definitely didn't seem to fix my problem.
And immediately the frames per second that would get rid of 0 command there. And that means
Shadow virtual use far shadow culling 0. Let's try that one. Didn't really change anything. Maybe there's something else that I can run here? There's a virtual cache. Whole back-facing pixels. I'm just gonna try random shit until it looks better. There's use conservative choline. That did nothing. Is it rendering the occluded shadows? They're not even being occluded. Like, they're just rendering all the shadows of all the trees. A lot of this is automatically... You would think so. I thought so, that it was automatically taken care of, but right now I'm pretty damn sure every single... Well, maybe not. Maybe occluded shadows aren't being shown, but at least anything that is being rendered. So if we render all of the trees in the distance, all of those shadows are being shown. I don't know for sure. Be better to turn it into smaller level chunks so not a lot of it is loaded at once. Yes. Probably. If only we could unlock the cam from the player and see how the world is being affected from a perspective outside. I thought you can do that. I thought there was a way. You guys know how to do it? So applies change to the cam as if it were the player. Yeah, it does. No, freeze rendering. Freeze rendering. Use far shadow culling. Switch between implementing the far shadow culling logic for VSMs. That seemed to change something about shadow maps, but not really much. What is nanite material visibility? I don't know. Locks the player view in rendering time. Freeze rendering. Toggles freezing of most aspects of rendering. Useful in conjunction with toggle debug camera. I don't know if it worked. I can toggle that, but I don't think I toggled... Freeze rendering. Oh. Hold on. Something was working. I think I need to toggle first and then do freeze rendering. Yeah. There's still an awful lot. Pretty much all the shit under here, for some reason. In fact, I have no idea, 'cause this is all part of the foliage system too. Why? But I mean, what it's still doing is it's rendering all of the shadows for all these trees. Sorry. Break it out into PCG. Let me just do that real quick. I don't think that's viable at this point. Not when I have to get this build ready for, 2 weeks from now. I'll watch. I mean, it is working on foliage. Like, it's 100% working on the trees. Blueprints no, which is annoying after foliage. And for some reason, all of the foliage down here is still showing, which is causing a lot of unnecessary shadows. An awful lot. Oh, next in, yeah, I mean, we've learned. You're right. We've learned a lot about what to do better for when we make our vertical slice. Thankfully, we'll be making a new project for that. So why is the bullshit underwater not polling properly? My nearly 20,000 instances of grass underneath the water. Hurtful, but not that hurtful, right? What is like set on the trees that it's working with? Let me see. Do it. I have no idea why this is still being rendered. You think maybe there's something to do with the water? Let me see something. Main. What happened on my end, but I had 170 milliseconds on game and turning off occlusion culling and project settings moved to 24. I'd have to do with world partition. Yeah, I don't have world partition enabled, so that's a, just consider that. And of course we will have it enabled in the final game. I could just turn off this stuff casting shadows, that would help a little bit. It's gonna cause a lot of nanite overdraw, but at the very least these small ones we could turn it off on. I do not know why it's... I could dramatically lower the cold distance too, that would help a little bit. I mean, it's hard to see anyway unless you're close, so doing this would at least improve performance. Like completely culling them, and especially when the player's like, you know, here or away from the water at all, for some reason they're still generating. Whole distance scale. That'll help a little bit. About the best that I can hope for at the moment. And on the smallest grass, we'll just turn it off from casting a shadow at all. We don't need it to. We have enough base polygons to fuck with nanite. Best we can do is compare it, I guess. Can't even tell if that's better. It's still rendering. What the fuck? It's like anything I place under the water just gets rendered. Except for those 2 rocks, apparently. What the hell? Just yet another reason why we won't be using fluid flux. Enough occlusion coin from project settings. Yeah, where do we do that? Let me save all first. What is even going on at the moment? It's weird how in games, due to the camera, you have to make doorways and rooms bigger than what they'd be in real life. Yeah. Classic issue. What's it being all fucky? Didn't change anything. Yeah, my scene just sucks. Well, now I can't see half the shit in the level for some reason. I have no idea why. Oh, there we go. Oh no, that turned off. Wait, what? Fake setting. I have no idea what's going on. I'm so lost with all this occlusion shit. I do not know why everything is being rendered underwater. That scares me. I have a lot of mesh instances under there that I don't want being shown at all times. Like shit that 100% is probably lowering the FPS in the build by 10%. Primarily due to shadows. You know, if the meshes are rendered whatever, where there's nanite, but a lot of overdraw. I could prune them. Weird. I think it's working with that foliage. Hold on. I'm getting way more FPS than before. For being an unoptimized piece of shit, getting 40 in engine, 40 milliseconds per frame in engine is pretty good. Oh no, maybe it's about the same as before. Never mind. I'm just high. Puffing copium. I legitimately don't think it's culling this grass. Hey, fish boost. Get your fishing in. This looks fine for the water. Are there settings we can tick in that? Yeah, there are. Do we want to? Is that causing performance issues? I kind of just need to identify where where's the built-in profiling tools? Is it this one? How do I profile? Resource usage. A lot of shit. UE5 profiling. Oh boy. Stats scene rendering. Yeah, let's try that one. Let's see how fucked this scene is. That sounds fun. Render view family. I don't know what that means. I don't know what any of this means. Stat dump frame dash ms 0.01. Okay. Let me try that. Stat dump. Take a dump. Dump frame. ms equals dash ms. Where do I find that? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it is. It's just gonna be like, well, it's not meant to be performance friendly, but I'd also like it not to be performance unfriendly. I can see the result in the log. Okay, let me find it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh Jesus. Oh my god. Oh my god. What are we doing? Oh no. That is a lot of shit. Yeah, like, how do I even begin with this one? Like, does this just legitimately mean that things like my characters are causing 0.5 milliseconds each? Because that's a bit scary to me if so. Find the biggest MS. I don't even know how to start. Like, if, you know, this is the total. This is other task graph stalls. I don't really know what that means. Other task graph tasks. RHI thread execute. Total slate tick time. I don't know how to break it up. I think that's not. I think that's per core or per thread though. I'm not sure that is telling me that something specific is causing it. It's more just like that. I don't know. I'm it's all theoretical at this point. This is like thread 888 background worker number 4. And then I assume this is it's like CPU wait for event. I don't really know. There's some Niagara stuff. There's something else. There's something that, like, one of the threads is probably running too much shit on it, and all the others are having to wait until that one's finished to catch up. So while this thread is mostly waiting, 32 minus 30.3, and again, I don't know if what I'm saying is true, but this is how I'm interpreting it. That there's one thread out here that is just hogging up a whole bunch of shit. It's like comp side of me. I'm gonna bet that there's just too much shit thrown on. We have to look for the one where the thread is labeled. Hold on. Is that not it? Anytime it says stall, wait for event. That's it waiting for another thread to catch up, I think. But I could be wrong. It's this game thread. I think. Tick function task. There's about 2 milliseconds added because of what I assume to be the NPCs, the little creatures. This is where like an experienced programmer would come in and we could offset things to run on different ticks so that we didn't have like probably what's happening now is where there's too many things happening at once, especially for like blueprints, and they need to be asynchronized a bit because they don't need to be synchronized. Yeah, this is beyond my understanding, and I don't know how much I could really significantly improve myself. Shit. Yeah. It's a known unknown. I know that I can't handle it myself. I was never expecting to. I was hoping there might be something that I could turn on though or turn off that would give me that performance boost. There doesn't really appear to be. Oh well. Oh well. Unless I can GPU profile. I mean, maybe. CPU, I don't really know how to even think about. Rendering visualizers. I don't know. Reflections? Okay, that looks horrible. Buffer visualization. Oh my god. What am I looking at? I don't think this is helping me. Phantom cubes. I can turn those off. This stuff could be nanite. These rocks. We do have a lot of overdraw. I think we just put too much grass underneath here. I don't really know how many triangles each of these has. Right now I'm just doing a mask to see what is and isn't nanite enabled. There's an awful lot of stuff in here that isn't. That could be. I assume. Got a naked lady in your landscape. There is a relatively questionable feature down in the sea. I'll show it to you. Stop it. Bad. It is, where is it? Here. If you squint your eyes, it appears to be something. We don't talk about it. Hey, all this shit can be nanite too. As a man, I can't find it. Damn, too true. Too true. A kid crying outside. Probably because the computer isn't powerful enough to play Cauldron Chronicles. Get a better computer, kid. Most stuff that can be nanite is nanite. Most. There are some exceptions to that. But the problem is that that is causing a lot of overdraw down here. It's not too terrible when you're swimming above it, which you mostly are going to be above it. It's not like the overdraw in our scene is abysmal. Off the cope even a bit more. Performance overview. For Lumen. What am I looking at? What am I looking at here? What is going on? Looks like you found what you wanted earlier. What, the game looking like shit but running well? Oh. Well, maybe the game runs well if we do this. I don't even know anymore. With every button that I click in this engine, I just get more and more retarded. So, I think if the game runs, we've succeeded. For our prototype. At this point, I'm hoping that I stumble upon something that I, even being stupid, can look at and say, oh, that shouldn't be enabled. And then I click it, and the game still looks good, but runs at like 1,000,000 frames per second. That's my hope. And I will click as many buttons as I need to until that eventually maybe appears. But it never will. Of course it never will. I keep throwing commands? Yeah, go for it. I'll try anything at this point. I'm desperate. There's my tick time. Which there shouldn't be that much blueprint tick time. I turned off ticking for a lot of blueprints, but they're still doing shit. I don't know why. Kind of pisses me off. dump ticks. Where does that get thrown? Into the output log or into somewhere else? Oh no. That gets dumped there. That definitely gets dumped there, doesn't it? It's not as hard to look at, because a lot of it's grouped up. A lot of it is grouped. Now the biggest ones are going to be the collectible ingredients. Is there a way that you know, Boom Raccoon, to force blueprints to kind of have like lazy synchronization? Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Turn my fan. I need these blueprints to tick. Are you watching video on the side? You're the smart one. Animals. Behavior trees. A lot of animal shit. An awful lot of animal stuff. I'm using a timer instead of ticking. How many collectible ingredients do I have out here? It's most of it. About 900. Is it? It's 1900 divided by 2. Why does it look like there's way too much associated with animals, though? Could reduce tick interval. What? Let me check what I need to have ticking in there. Maybe I could. We'll switch over to some Elden Ring soon. I need to talk to some people after today anyway about some of these issues. Yeah. I don't think I need them to tick too often. In fact, I am kind of wondering if I need them to tick at all. But also, like, how much of the CPU load is coming down to collectible ingredients ticking? Can we get some enemy AI on every blade of grass? Yeah, let me just do that real quick. I know they used to need to tick because of this, the interaction text. We got rid of that though. I suppose my only question would be, do we need them to tick in order to handle some of the data? Where's wheat? Wheat. Wait, why is growth cycle 0? What? Hold on, we have a bug. We grow wheat in our level, but we don't tell it to regrow. A bit of a problem. Yeah, oops. For testing though, I'm gonna set this to 1. Everything else can be 48. Submissive and breedable. That's me. Whoa. Okay. I don't remember what it said before. Okay. It's not really boosting. FPS. How's it been? It's been pretty good, Mr. Feeble. How's it been going for you? You dumb ticks? Yeah, give me 1 sec. If this grows back, we should know that we probably don't need ticking enabled. We'll also know whether or not this is actually working as intended. Your new apartment was broken into this morning? It doesn't why doesn't it bother you? It's not growing back. Is it just wheat that's a problem? Yeah, it should be. The tick for these growing back should be tied into the weather, and then we send a growth cycle check every in-game hour to all the ingredients, and we do another growth cycle. I'm wondering if ticking is needed to handle that, but I don't think it would be. Unless my growth cycle logic broke, which it might have. Doesn't bother me because I'm like 60% moved out. The only things that are worth any money is my Xbox One 10-year-old TV. I like that TV a lot. RIP. That sucks though. Let me check the wheat now again. 1 in-game hour should pass pretty quickly. We can always speed up the time of day. Room's a mess. Apparently the police went in and panicked because it looked ransacked. Okay, so these grew back. I didn't see them doing that when Tick was disabled though. Which is weird. Is that how it should work? That doesn't seem right to me. The thing is, I don't think we're CPU bound. I think my computer it has a shitty CPU. And that makes running the game in editor pretty difficult. But I don't think the game is CPU bound. Maybe I'm crazy. Haven't gotten the Cecil implementation. No, they still grow back. So I guess we can... see. How is it the... same? Wait, does turning off tick in this parent not turn it off in the children? Yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah, like it didn't look like it changed anything. Also, 3 better, 4 better. Jesus Christ. I'm jealous. That's good though. Good shit. One day I will be able to afford something like that. Maybe if Cauldron Chronicles sells a few copies. It's the same. They're still ticking. Oh no, it says disabled. Good question. I did not check at the bottom. Hey William GCW, what's happening? I'm doing trying to do some performance checking. Our prototype runs like poo-poo, which I mean that's not supposed to run like amazing, but you know, there's a couple things I can do to make it run better. Mr. Game, yeah. And I don't think it's the CPU messing it up too much. I think it's primarily going to be GPU. Which might seem obvious on first glance. We are in fact fucking it up to figure it out? Yeah, we are. I think that number of ticks is better than it was before. I just don't know if it's really affecting the game in any significant way. Or was it before? Was high-end open world? It is open world PvE. Single player. Okay, so this is what it was before. For ticks. Before and after. So I mean that is a significant improvement to ticking actors, but it doesn't really seem to be helping performance at all, and I think that it's because we're just screwing up the GPU. Granted, whatever FPS you see in here, we will get like 20 to 30 more FPS outside of the engine. There, set it all to low. Let it render that shit. Even then, it's kind of poo-poo, isn't it? Look at that. It's because is VSync on? They're trying to hit 30 as a target. No, even off. CPU, yeah. For reference, people, the CPU in my computer here is a 6700K. A very old CPU. Okay, I'll take a drink. I'm almost out. Like, I'm not, I would, I'd expect more than 30 FPS, but still, I don't expect a whole lot, especially an engine. A bunch of junk open that can be closed too. Up a little bit. Clean water, it is Sprite 0. That I just dropped my cap. Ugh. I can try deleting the animals and seeing what happens. Let me save all currently. What'd you do with the biome? What? It's still here. I'm letting it grow bacterial cultures and mold and fungus. It's my science project. Okay, where are my animals? BP underscore. We have boars and butterflies. Topos and porins. Roccos. Shaga, snailos, and that's it. And also the urchins. Yeah, delete. It didn't dramatically improve FPS, I'll tell you that. Didn't really have any effect at all. NPCs aren't the problem. I'm gonna bet if we turn off anime time of day and yeah, if we turn off anime time of day, I'm curious what happens. What I thought. It's about the same. It's probably because everything is dynamic, everything is movable. Get more FPS? Not really. Yeah, but even 3 is not significant to warrant the deletion of all our animals. I don't know. Oh, granted, I did. Hold on. That wasn't a proper test. No, hold on. It reset my graphical settings. We didn't do a proper check on this. That was my fault. Wasn't consistency. It's not nothing. Give it a second to even out. No way. There's no way the animals are causing that much. But it looks like they are. I didn't think they were doing that much. Their logic is not that complex. They really don't do that much. Developing their own consciousness. I mean, there's a lot of them. There's quite a lot in the scene, and they do shit. They play with the balls, true, but there aren't that many in the scene, and like every one that I'm looking at in this direction, there are no beach balls around that they should be playing with. but it's pretty damn clear that deleting them has a very nice effect on the performance. No, they're not actively looking for, well, they do have a perception system. I'd have to ask my friend how performance friendly that is. It's possible that could be calling it. Trigger reaches spawn and despawn them. Something will need to be done because they are, without a doubt, our world tick time goes from 22 milliseconds down to 10, and our FPS goes from sub 20s to near 40 by deleting them with these same consistent settings. Put down optimization expert on my resume now, yeah. I'll put you in the credits. They're not looking for balls, but it's possible that the perception system which checks for balls within their vicinity is potentially causing an issue. Here's what happens if we force Spoon into the world. Yeah, he's been added. Not much. It could be the perception system. So I'm making at my enemies in my game, I added a trigger and the enemy spawns in the position they are supposed to be in, and then they follow an attack player. Whatever we do for NPCs, can we have multiple spoons? There are spoon nuts in the game. If you didn't know that. Spoon can teach you how to find spoon nuts, and they will become visible within the world. It's pretty cool. Well, I will let my friend know. I was doing some profiling today, racial profiling, and I discovered that NPCs are one of the most significant sucks with 2 C's on the CPU. Not sure why, though. Don't do racial profiling? Wouldn't it depend on what you're trying to profile them for? Should that be the controversial discussion for the day? Is whether or not racial profiling works? That'll get us banned, right? If so, we should definitely talk about it. Okay, well, we will keep the animals in the scene for now. At the very least, if we can't do anything major to fix them, I'll just remove like half of them. Because like we just added 5 platopos to this island because it was haha funny. Look, it's little platopo island. But now we cost the game like 3 FPS. I think of it like this. I think of racial profiling similar to, let's just say like gender profiling. On average, men have more muscle mass than women, right? So if you profile people to help you move your couch and you grabbed a man off the street versus a woman, let's just say you grabbed 100 men, 100 women, and you tested whether or not they could help you move your couch. I think on average, you would have more men who were able to help you move the couch than women, right? You like deactivate any other logic out of the vicinity of the player? Potentially. Yes. I need to talk to my friend about that, because I don't know what we want to use based on that. Women ain't coming to your stranger's home. Fair. I like that. If a bear asks a woman to move a couch, would the percentage of them help would be bigger? I don't know. I don't think racial profiling is as much of a thing as it is going to be like regional profiling. Like if a district of a city has significantly more crime stats than another district, then would it not suffice to say that there's more crime happening in District A than District B? If AFK already hot takes. I'm not saying that it should be done based on race. I'm just saying that I think we mislabel it. That what it really means is if you perform a traffic stop in... Oh. Hold on. Hold on, I got to turn on my phantom cubes a sec. Do a little diddly do with our domain. Gotta do the ring dang do. There we go. Ring dang do. Now, what is that? Soft and brown like a pussy cat. There's a hole in the middle and it split in two. Yep, let's put some shit here. Some shells and stars. Okay, thank you for cutting off that song. YouTube. I'm just memeing though. Don't single people out based on their skin color. Incredibly dystopian. Not gonna make any friends that way. Now, if you want to single out your friends based on immutable characteristics, that's a whole different thing. Single you based on PP lean? Fair enough. Shit. Shell. Alright, before we stop today, I'll add some shit to this reef seed. Siren's reef seed. Boy, do I love seed. All day, every day. What do we not have a lot of? Resist magic and damage mana. Okay, cut will remove effects. Let's say... Now we just got damage mana. Ground increases potency of healing. Oops, not that one. Cooked increases potency of healing and stamina. Let's say we do some regen stamina 3. Damage mana 4 though. And weakness to magic. Still increases potency of fortification and cures. Fortify block 3. Resist magic. Damage mana 3, that looks good. What do we want for the flavor? Sweetness, bitterness, sourness. Let's say it's pretty sour. 0.2, 0.1, 0.8. Umama flavor, nice. Nice. I should hope so. Cooked. And distilled. Pure sourness. Good enough. Okay. We'll go grab one and see if it works. Well, now we know. One of our biggest hits is these animals. I do know, however, that it just is a pretty GPU heavy game as well. Although I am trying to, you know, run that at like max settings at home. Because when you have a 4070 Ti, what am I gonna do? Not run that at max settings? Come on. Be real. Beautiful. Oh, that's spoopy. I don't like that. I don't like looking down into the dark abyss and seeing seaweed. It kind of scares the shit out of me. Looks good. The snow too. Especially on those distant mountains. But hey, you can still kick around the beach ball. And pay a visit to the no entry. Ooh, that was a kick. I didn't think about it that way. You're right. Don't think about it. You're wondering why Sitar is playing. Don't question it. Let the game immerse you. As you kick a beach ball around in the winter. Hey! Bitch, what the fuck? Don't steal my ball. What are you doing? What a piece of shit. You see, he just came in there, he just drove by, stole my ball. Little bastard. He just wants to make it moan. They can make it moan. If first somehow the animals keep the ball up into the air for 10 hits, it will moan. Where's the urchin? The urchin. Oh, there he is. Oh, he hit it. You see that? That was wild. Damn, that was a good hit. Okay, we'll do it. Ooh! Oh, I can't get there. I don't have a good one. Yeah, take care, Boom Raccoon. Hopefully see you tomorrow for a bit of a chiller stream as we do another day of Decimation game development. Get it. No? You don't want? Okay. Oh, he's going for it. He got scared. There he goes. Oh well. Well, at least we found one significant source of frame rate issues today. I appreciate the help from chat on that one. We will figure out what we can do about that. Oh, it feels like it's gonna rain. Alright, Cuthbert is going to investigate the animals. So for now, while we didn't get to do a whole lot today, we did fix some of the bugs. Distance fit, I don't think that's going to be possible. We kind of figured out why. ELSS will have to investigate more. This we can still do. It's not going to help significantly, but it's easy to do. It's just put in distance fade on the lights. And these two we can tackle on Monday, I think. So for now, I'm going to end the recording there. If you're watching on YouTube, but if you're watching on stream, we're going to play a little bit of Elden Ring today as a way to relax and de-stress from the horrors of game dev. Perf to do. Close all those. Close that. Let's push our changes. Did kind of a bit, didn't we? Added more meshes to nanite, removed some from nanite. And we did fix up fixed FOV resetting when applying graphics presets. Turned off ticking from ingredients. Don't think they need it. That's a start. Alright. We'll end the YouTube there. Bye bye, YouTube.